steel structure inside the belly. And this is my final slide, and maybe also my favorite. These are a couple of screenshots all together from Instagram, on which we see the sort of amount of various memories that people have actually created visiting the tower. What I would like to maybe mention is that it brought a lot of people to the area of Danveld, which is otherwise in the Jezero Mountains a bit overlooked, maybe a kind of transitory or industrial place. And this way the municipality and the local entrepreneurs have already sort of started to gain a little bit more visitors and also income, which is also economically in this region surrounding the borders of our country, I think an important thing that architecture should keep in mind. Okay, so that was a brief commentary from me, and if it's okay, then maybe we can open this up for questions.
Okay, thank you. Would you like to? Yeah, okay. That would be interesting if you start because.
Maybe I have a question.
Yeah, just a short. Make it short.
Okay,
a short answer.
Short question for short answer. Usually in a country when there is like new lookout tower with such a unusual shape, there are a lot of not everyone is happy about it.
That's controversial.
So yeah, my question is, how was the reaction of people of Danveld about this structure?
Okay. So prevalently the feedback has been very positive, I'm happy to say. But obviously there's controversy. I mean, building in landscape and especially on mountains is a very sensitive subject because people have their own experience of the place, especially people who already live there, already go there. There was a little bit of criticism, which, funnily enough, oftentimes went to the ideas of how the reflexive sort of shape is going to start forest fires or kill animals. We're happy to report none of this has happened. There is no. The interesting thing to me is that there is very little middle ground. Usually, there's people who love it, and then there are a few people who hate it. We try always when we do these things in these natural environments. We try to be very sensitive, but we also try to create. There's always something gained and something lost. But what we try, what we're after, is to add more value than we have taken away. I think we've managed that. I hope, and yeah, it divides. I think great architecture is divisive at times.
Okay, thank you for a thorough presentation. It was very nice to listen to. I have two questions actually. One, let's go back to form. So one question is very direct. Why do you think that the sport aesthetics, which obviously was inspiring for you, what does this sport aesthetic, what does it have to do with the specific function of the lookout, which is actually climbing up and be still and look around? Because the view is something that's very still, and sport is something that's very dynamic, right? So why this served for you to get to this shape?
Okay. It was, for us, this was very sort of, I'll say, indirect inspiration. There was this idea of to create something with the memory of the dynamic activity that will stay still, which I know sounds a bit paradoxical. But also the second part was the pure fascination with the sort of abstract form. We sort of wanted to attack this preconceived notion that building in landscape should be something romantical in the sense of 19th century aesthetics. So what we were after was the clear abstract it's a bit formalistic approach, but I think it works.
This works. I don't object the abstraction of, you know, and de-romanticizing the look at the landscape. But just question about it. One second question is maybe just give me some data, and then I will get to the question. Was it required for you? I mean, how big was the site on which you could choose where to put the lookout? Was it required to put it exactly on top of the rock formation, or not?
Okay, it wasn't. It wasn't. It was sort of just a natural approach. Yeah. Because like essentially the commission was to build on top of the summit, which if you go to a very sort of detail, then the rock formation is the very sense of the summit, that's sort of the highest point. So it was kind of natural decision, I guess.
Yeah, I guess because you were, but then at the same time, actually there's a question which may have no answer. I'm aware of this. It's just that you have created, obviously, a very nice and very visited object, and you have created a new object which kind of took over the existing rock formation in symbolic terms. Despite all your very good efforts to touch it very little, because that's what you did well, I think. You have touched the rock formation in a very subtle, very sensitive way, just in few points, and altogether I think it's aesthetically very correct, despite the sport aesthetic remarks. The basic question is to, you know, how to approach actually some landscape feature which is distinct, has its own form and its symbolic meanings attached. So how do you prevail? I think that your building, actually, what you presented, prevailed over, but it also may only be a temporary fascination with something that's new. So my question actually is, how differently would you do it, if you would do it differently, if the requirement would be not to touch the rock formation?
Okay, I think I follow the idea. Sort of to answer the first part of the question, is that building on top of the rock formation for us was to sort of highlight what is already strong. You know, to work on top of what is already strong, to create this sort of togetherness. Otherwise, there could easily have been built, let's say, a taller tower-like structure next to it. But then I think we would sort of be competing with each other and maybe diminishing the, you know, suddenly the rock formation wouldn't be sort of the top or even part of the top, but there would be sort of this artificial thing next to it, dragging attention elsewhere. So I think we wanted to make strong what is already strong, if it makes sense. How could it be approached differently if we couldn't have touched the rock? Then maybe we wouldn't have to do the commission at all. Like then the rock would be enough.
Yeah, that's a good answer. Maybe the rock would be enough. Then the safety questions would be posed, but maybe the rock would be enough. That's a good.
I think the clients wouldn't be very happy then.
Answer. But I think it's also an interesting project. Any more questions from you?
No, I think we are running out of time. So, and also I don't have any other question. I think it was a great presentation. Thank you for it.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think we will sort of follow in a similar theme in the next presentation. Should we take, máme si vzít krátkou pauzu, nebo máme rovnou navázat? Should we just fluently start the next presentation? Is that okay? Yeah,
we could.
Okay.
So, okay.
All right. So the second project is called A Guard on Patrol, or Hlídka na stráži. It is located not far from the previous project, a few tens of kilometers, but it's already in the Krkonoše mountains. It's close to town Rokynice nad Jezero, which was the town's municipality was the client, and situated on a hill that's called Stráž, which would roughly translate as a guard or a patrol, which will make sense maybe eventually during the presentation. And we were asked to design a sort of a tall tower or a lookout building, and we approached it in two ways. We had two versions. Essentially, the first version in the left side of the screen, and then second version in the right side of the screen. So one approach was to create a really tall tower, which would have to be really tall in order to get sort of to the level above the treetops. And the second approach was to build a series of smaller lookouts, which took advantage of already sort of exposed parts of the rock on which a smaller lookouts could be created. The taller version didn't seem as feasible economically and didn't make so much sense. So we decided to go the other way, which was our favorite, and we were very happy that the municipality saw it in the same light. So here we have the symbol of the town, Rokynice nad Jezero, which historically used to be 4 different smaller villages, which eventually connected into one. And each of these creatures historically represents one of the smaller towns. And so our idea was to create a lookout for each of these, let's say, creatures, because there's also a minor. They're not all animals. So we designed a series of lookouts which each connected to each of the animals. We have the minor, the fox, the sheep, and the bear, which are sort of spread out and create this kind of a trail during which one travels along the hill. And each of these structures sort of have different qualities that they offer the visitor, as well as sort of maybe formal sculptural qualities. So here we have just a rough drawing of the site. We have the fox and a smaller one that we call a cub, or fox cub, which sort of overlook in a very dramatic situation over the valley. We have the bear, which is kind of in the forest. You see maybe more of the treetops and a little bit of sky. The sheep, which is more of a smaller design for children to climb on, and it's directly in the forest. And then there's the minor, which is maybe the most sort of dramatic and enlarged of the structures, and it's kind of the culmination of the trail. So this is these are the floor plans. I will just quickly go through the drawings. This is the minor, which is the tallest, with a bit of a sort of sloped podium out of stairs on top of which one can sit and observe the surrounding landscape. This is it. This is the view over the minor. The sheep, which is kind of relatively small compared to the others. Yeah, it's just sort of a thing in the forest for children to climb upon and see maybe the higher levels of the forest and observe how the trees change, or they see more animals. The bear, which is kind of situated on a rock and closer to the treetops, maybe a bit more dramatic, sort of walking somewhere. And the fox, which sort of goes, the tail sort of reaches above the valley. Structurally, these are steel structure that is cladded in oak wood cladding, and then there's also the necessary security measures which we try to do as sort of subtly as possible as not to diminish the sort of the massive form of each lookout creature or animal. Yeah, here we see the position of the fox and the cub, sort of overlooking Rokytnice, and this is a little bit of the bear that we can see here. Yeah, and this is the dramatic effect of the tail fox sort of reaching into the air so that the visitor can kind of experience this effect of looking down and being directly above the height of the valley. A part of the design that we were asked to do was this sort of outdoor furniture, which is a phenomenon that oftentimes appears in Czech sort of tourist landscape. Here also we were after finding a form that is not sort of quasi-traditional, but somehow abstract, and creates maybe a more unexpected form and is not trying to be something structural, a bench and a table that doesn't try to look like it's a building. Yeah. Yeah, and this is the final slide of all the lookouts except the sheep, which is sort of hidden in the forest. What we didn't expect, and has always started to happen, that we've seen, I think, 2 proposals happen at the place, which we didn't know of, and we know of 1 wedding that's already happened there since opening in May of this year. So we're always very happy when this happens, and the place is kind of starting to live its own life. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you for again a thorough presentation and on time. So now I will start. Okay? Yeah. If we leave aside the question whether this is supposed to be here or not,
Okay.
let's go back to form. 2 questions. Why have you decided to use wood for cladding instead of leaving just the iron structure, metal structure to work?
Okay. So it was to create this sculptural sort of form that we wanted to be very archetypical in its idea to create some sort of minimalist, very simplified, played down versions of the animals. So it was sort of maybe a sculptural or formalistic approach. One of the original ideas in the very beginning of the design phase was to have the whole sort of volume of these creatures or these lookouts from massive wood, which eventually proved unfeasible both economically and for maintenance reasons. So this was a way to sort of keep this simplicity that otherwise wouldn't have worked with a steel structure, which is in itself very sort of complicated and detailed. I understand the sort of point that the structural idea is kind of concealed. It is a bit of a game that we're playing with the visitor. The structural idea is sort of hidden below the coat, but yeah, it's like the insides of those creatures or the animals. The bones also aren't visible. So the steel structure are kind of like the bones of these creatures, and the wood is kind of their skin.
Okay, thanks. It's also about tactility, I guess. Yeah. Also, it can be added. That adds some warmth to it. It's okay. It's a good answer again. Second question: why haven't you used the glass as a railing surrounding the platforms?
You mean the protection, the safety measures?
Yeah.
Okay, so the problem with glass, I think, for me, is it's something that's, you try to make it invisible, but it kind of isn't. It never really works as an invisible thing to me. That's one thing. Also, usually the details that would have been there would sort of decrease the idea that you're having something invisible. You would also have to have some kind of fixed parts of the structure holding up the glass part. It seemed sort of more honest to us to create the railing in this sort of not traditional, but maybe more convenient, more conventional way. Yeah. Also economy. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so thank you for present. Oh, okay, thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I again have quite a naive student question.
That's okay.
Which is quite embarrassing.
No such thing as naive questions.
Okay, then I was wondering about the path between those lookout towers, because it seemed to be quite new in some pictures. So my question is it a completely new road and a completely new site, or is this an advancement of already existing and maybe popular destination route?
Okay, so there was a pathway. If we're talking about the physical part of the question or material part of the question, there was a pathway which had to be, the place already was there. It was visited not as frequently, but it was already there. But the pathway had to be redone in sort of this fine gravel material because of the increased sort of frequency of visitors. To the other part of the question, the place became, I think, way more visited, which was also a part of the philosophy of the national parks, because Krkonoše Mountains sort of suffers from this overload of tourists in certain areas. So one of the philosophy of this, these lookouts, and why we were actually allowed to build there, was to sort of water down the tourist interest and spread it around the region, which also economically is good for people owning businesses, because then you don't have this very sort of a hotspot where you have completely packed with tourists, which is not good for the landscape, not good for economy. But you sort of spread it around, so it's more fair and also more sensitive to landscape, I guess. But a good question. Yeah.
Yes, it was a good question. So thank you. How are we with time?
Well, we have quite some time left.
Oh, we do. So let's continue. Okay. Yeah. I mean, the question that we just heard and also the answer tackled this question that I kind of avoided in the beginning, whether this is supposed to be here or not. By your explanation, it makes sense, yeah, to kind of ease the pressure on other spots, but there's also a danger that this will attract visitors and it will create new hotspots for this, that we don't know what will happen really, how the social dynamics will work, because this is, as you again said, it's interesting to use them as lookouts, but they also act as attractive objects in itself. But obviously, also the story they bring together, like the miner, the bear, the fox, and the sheep. Maybe without this story, they would be less attractive as objects. We again don't know, because we cannot really predict this dynamic. How the meaning is assigned to objects that we create, to the artifacts, and how it changes the meaning of, in this case, the landscape that's already there. Yeah, could you just I mean, maybe I could ask.
Maybe one thing that I would say,
Yes.
just reacting to your question or comment, is a part of it that they're supposed to be animals is a part of our studio philosophy, that architecture doesn't have to be sort of this that serious affair, but it should also speak to children. You know, like this, I think is very exciting for trips with children, because they see something that's sort of looks as an animal, and they can sort of create this attachment or relationship to it, and it's not this sort of complicated art idea, but it's very sort of childlike and playful idea that we try to sort of incorporate into the work. So that's maybe one of the reasons that we also liked to incorporate the story with the animals and with the symbol of the town.
Yeah, that's actually quite good, I must say, because you haven't pushed it over the border on making it really look like, you know, being too literal in the formal outfit. So I think that's good. It's just by naming something, it's a suggestion that can boost your imagination. So that's fine. And I must say, I also agree with why. I mean, I agree with you about the glass. That would be a total misunderstanding of the whole look out, putting the glass. I just wanted to know about your decision.
It's also that the glass doesn't permeate sort of air or wind, you know, so it also creates this kind of secluded box, you know.
Yeah, it's actually counterproductive in the philosophy, in the endeavor when you want to create this feeling being out in the landscape and you put somebody in the glass, also in the bridges. It's ridiculous, really. It's total, and here especially. So yeah, I don't know if you can really say something. Oh, one more question. So why, just why, explaining all this philosophy about the structure and the wood and, you know, that we talked before, why then this, as you said, outdoor furniture, which I think it's quite funny again, except the bicycle stand. Why you decided for metal instead for wood in the area where people really sit and touch, you know? So just...
Okay, I think I would say that the choice of metal was one of sort of practicality, with wanting to create something that is not you know, creating these things from wood. They usually, from the essence of the material, will have to be structures. They will have to be sort of kind of buildings which have to be more massive in order to last for a longer time. Whereas this material, which is steel, and then on top there's a layer of this recycled rubber to make it sort of soft to the touch, allows us to make it relatively subtle and make it maybe stand out in a little bit of contrast. It's you know, everything that is created inside the forest by human is a foreign thing, but I guess we wanted this to be sort of honest about it kind of being a little bit foreign, and also to create this effect where people see something unusual and just think about it, why doesn't it look like the others, and to sort of attack this preconceived notion.
Yes, thank you for the answer. It would be nice to have a slide without the bicycle.
Okay.
Well, thank you.
Okay.
I don't have any questions, so thank you.
So thank you.
Dear audience, my name is Jan Jaroš, and together with my colleague Martin Poláček, we are happy for this opportunity to show you our piece of work as a municipal library of Statenice. Statenice is a small village of about 2,000 near Prague, about 7 kilometers from here to the north. In the recent years it became more and more bustling suburb. It was back in 2015 when we were asked by the officials to make something out of this tiny old house on the backyard of their office building. It was at the time it was abandoned partly, and partly it was used as a warehouse for public services. Initially, the officials were not quite sure what to make out of it, if it would be a children's group background or a library or something else. And only later on it turns out to be a community library. And it became quite a successful community library. There are many cultural events held there, and it also won a prize, Library of the Year, which is awarded by the Minister of Culture annually. It was just a few days ago. As you can see on those two pictures, our general approach was quite simple and straightforward. First of all, we just removed the old part, the non-original extension, and replaced it with the new one. The plot was limited and the budget was also limited. And there were also those two beautiful trees, two ashes, which we wanted to preserve. Our extension is primarily the extension of the inner space, but also we wanted to be extension of the architecture itself, some kind of reinterpretation of the traditional shape. The extension is not altogether straight. It's a little bit bent because of the limitations of the plot. And here you can also see the main building of the municipal office and other smaller houses, and the main road which turns around the office building. The old house is traditional composition of two rooms, an intermediate corridor. The one room we left as it is, and the second one we connected with the extension by removing the front wall and creating a wider and bigger space. We also removed the ceiling of this room and opened it to the attic. And on the other part, we created a small place for children's activities.
Yes, as you can see here, the space is opened up to the roof and is more generous, even if the area is limited and small. In this upper level, there are some children activities, children clubs, which is fine because children are short and the limited height of the ceiling is no problem for them, and they don't disturb other people downstairs in the library. You can Here you can notice the bookshelves of a certain height, which is made of birch plywood, and it's followed by the birch inner cladding. Here you can see the steel spiral staircase, which leads to the upper floor. And here is mentioned upper floor for children. The staircase. The photos are a little bit cut it down on the downside. Okay. And the birch bookshelf. Here you can see the back study room. Maybe I would notice the finish of the walls. It's a lime paint applied directly on the old bricks of the old house. The study room. Here you can see the extension. It's made of titanium zinc. I mean the facade and the roof and the gutter and all its part is made of one material, which is titanium zinc. So it's fine because every element of that extension can be made of one single material. And in the end, one detail, we had to try hard to preserve these two nice large ash trees, which were really close to our site, in the very vicinity of the site. And it wasn't easy. We had to make special foundations and use foundation screws to preserve these nice trees. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is this okay now? Speaking like this? Okay.
Yours is the first question.
Well, thank you for your presentation. I actually had a question about the trees, which you answered at the end. So I'm a little bit lost right now.
I'm going to take over. I will start with the trees. I have some questions about the detailing. I mean, you explained it all, so that's not. My question is, if you haven't decided to protect the trees, how differently would you make it? How, would it, probably would be easier, okay, that's what you already said, but would it be really different? Because then you would have more room.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, one factor for the form is the plot form, so that's why you have skewed the geometry, but how would you do it differently without the trees? How differently would you do it without the trees?
For sure, the foundations will be different. You wouldn't use the ground screws.
So it will be cheaper.
Yeah, it will be cheaper.
But it wasn't very big expenses. But of course, I think we would make it a little bit larger because the inner floor area is really limited, and it would be maybe better to make it larger. But it wasn't possible because of the trees. And they were really nice, and everybody in the village agreed that it's important to preserve them.
So this decision practically was yours. It wasn't put as a requirement. It was your own decision, your own, allow me to say, a romantic approach to the tree, to incorporate them somehow. So you have taken the stand of you could even risk your architecture to preserve the trees.
Yes. Yes,
okay, but you didn't.
It's
but you could.
I think it's our general approach in other project. We always love to preserve trees, and we always do maximum to preserve them.
Not if it's possible, and in your case, obviously, it was possible. Yeah, sometimes
you are urged to. It's
you have to wait between. What is the cost and the implications, and sometimes you put a lot of effort into preserving the tree, by cutting the branches and cutting the roots, and then the tree dies anyway. So it needs to, you need to have this knowledge and really approach it in a proper way.
Yeah, it's not easy, as you have mentioned, because it's not for the trees. It's quite shock to have a building above its roots. So.
Yeah, but you solved it well, I think.
We hope that they will survive, or
probably they will. Yeah. So it's also the kind of tree. Every species has its own reaction in a specific condition. Okay, would you mind putting one or two slides back so that we can see the front facade? Oh, yeah, one more maybe. Yeah, yes.
We can. Yeah. It's,
so the.
No, sorry. Because we are sorry because this application cut the images, so we can see just a part of them. It's okay. Doesn't matter.
It's okay. No. That's it shows what I want to ask.
Okay.
Okay. The extension is something new. Okay. The old cubus was kind of part of the house with its distinct form without a roof or with a flat roof. This one kind of pulls the old building out, okay? But it doesn't, it changes the material, but I'm actually asking you, I believe it was difficult with also a very small room that you had to work on, but the detailing, why did you decide to put these two entities together in this specific way, that the metal goes over the white facade and that you have this
connection
through the window, at the point of the window, etc. That's what I would like to know more about it.
All right.
Okay.
As my colleague said, we wanted to make some kind of modern interpretation of the old typical volume of the house, and we tried to connect it in some nice way. So as you can see, we tried to respect the attic and the height of the original house, and connect it in a way, most natural way.
Yes, exactly.
And this was quite difficult to persuade the building firm to really respect our details, and
Okay, thank you for the answer. I think it's actually the inside spaces are actually very nice. It's a small architectural exercise, but I think it's well done in many aspects. Do you have any other question now, maybe?
I was intrigued when you said that the locals said something about the trees. So when, especially with a public library in a small village, it is for the people, how much they were involved in your design. Did they directly influence anything?
They We didn't talk to people in some kind of survey, or there were two women from the personnel, knihovnice, librarians, which told us, of course, some their requirements and point of view, and of course, as a client, there was a major and other people from the village, from the municipal house. Yeah.
So where is the librarian's office?
But their office.
Yeah.
They're directly in the main space.
Oh, in the main library space.
Yeah.
So the study room is.
Yeah.
I thought. Okay. So it's the
To
study
have
room.
a
It's not an
control
office.
what's going on inside and
study
talk to
office.
people.
Mm. Yeah. Okay.
It is nicknamed the living room of the village.
Yeah, I can imagine it works. I can imagine it works, and it will continue to work because you have provided one very necessary service. I mean, which acts as a
Yeah,
community
for us
hub.
it's fine that it works, that we can see it's successful project, and of course it's not just our credit, it's credit of the people of the village which created a good community and make some festivals and events and so on.
Okay. Thank you very much for now.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Akce.
Dobrý den, dovolte mi představit náš projekt Mini pivovar Most a projekční tým. Já se jmenuji Aleš Lapka, jsem tady za kancelář ADR, můj společník Petr Kolář, Pavel Čermák, který na projektu společně pracovali. Je těžký mluvit detailně o tom domě, protože je to pivovar, kde se vaří pivo, vedle je restaurace, kde se pivo pije a k tomu ta budova je postavená a určená. Já bych zmínil na začátek trošičku historii vlastně toho místa, protože není na co navazovat. Město Most, pro porotu asi důležitá informace, město Most po druhé světové válce v podstatě zmizelo z povrchu zemského. Kvůli těžbě uhlí se celé město vlastně zbouralo, ustoupilo hnědouhelnému dolu a bylo v 50. letech postaveno vlastně znovu. Takže což je velmi, velmi důležitý pro pochopení vlastně toho místa. My jsme stavěli tu budovu v podstatě na zelené louce, na prázdném místě, kde není žádná návaznost na historické centrum, na město, na souvislosti. Tady za tímto pozemkem už je benzinová pumpa a pole. Jo. Ale celá ta oblast mostecká a okolí vlastně má jakýsi industriální charakter, industriální povrch, řekněme. A my jsme chtěli udělat něco velmi jako lapidárního, velmi jednoduchého, simply design prostě, kdy jsme zvolili ten materiál jako cihly, jako něco, co se v té oblasti jako používá, ocelovou konstrukci, a když se podíváme na ten půdorys, tak je to velmi jako striktní, jednoduchý. Tady máme restauraci, tady jsou kuchyně, toalety a tady se vaří to pivo. That's it. Není tam nic víc, prostě nemá to žádnou okrasu, nic takového. Takže je to velmi, prostě musím to zdůraznit, jednoduchý. A tohle na té fotografii, kdy jsme to fotili, to ještě není hotový. Ale tohle jsou sloupy, které se používají na chmelnicích. To jsou pole, kde se pěstuje chmel. Tady jsou natažený takový drátky a potom, dneska už to tam je, na té fotografii to není, bohužel, tady roste chmel, z kterého se vyrábí to pivo. Takže to dotváří vlastně tu terasu, to venkovní sezení, kde lidi pijou pivo a sedí pod tím chmelem. To je jako důležitý point. A velmi důležitý v tom kontextu toho města a toho místa je to, že ta restaurace je otevřená do všech stran, prosklená, a je vidět na celý okolí, na to město, na ty hory, tam jsou krásné kopce okolo mostu. A vidíte, jako není příliš krásný to město, ale je rozumíte, ale je vidět, je vidět. To znamená, ta návštěva té restaurace znamená prostě nějaký zážitek. Jo, zážitek v tom, že vidíte okolo sebe, že si dáte dobrý pivo, protože mimochodem to pivo je velmi dobrý. Jo, musím udělat reklamu, tady Mini pivovaru Most je velmi dobrý. A spíš než abych obhajoval tu architekturu, bych chtěl jako podotknout, že sledujeme na třeba facebookovém profilu ten pivovar, jak se mu daří. A jsou velmi pozitivní ohlasy všech lidí, kteří tam chodí na jídlo, na pití, a to je pro nás jako velká odměna. Jo. A já myslím, že použili jsme jednoduché materiály, vidíte ocel, dřevo, beton na podlaze, kamna, v kterých se topí. A stěny slouží i pro pořádání jako příležitostných výstav. Tady jsou zrovna fotografie. To jsou prázdné stěny, které jsou lizděný z obyčejných cihel, jsou natřený bílou barvou. Nábytek, český výrobce, ton, plech, tohle je stýl, tady taky vlastně ocelový konstrukce. Je to velmi, velmi jednoduché a vidíte ten výhled ven, to je prostě pro nás to jako důležitý spojení interiéru s exteriérem, dobrý servis, dobrý pivo a to je všechno asi, co bych k tomu řekl. Jo, to je dobrý pivo. Tohle jsou toalety. I ten design je přizpůsobený té jednoduchosti, jo, protože nechtěli jsme dělat okázalou architekturu, něco složitýho, prostě je to velmi jednoduchý, prostě jednoduché jídlo, jednoduchý pivo, jednoduchá architektura. Finito. Simple life. Okay, that's it.
Okay, thank you. Could I get a plan back? Plan. Okay. What is in this corner? Just a beer bar? No, that's a restaurant.
That's a restaurant.
On the other side? There.
Toto je.
No. Yeah, that's the brewery.
Tady je pivo. Tady vlastně se skladu.
Yeah.
Tady se vaří pivo.
That's where the beer is made. That's the brewer. That's the actual brewer.
And the glass is so you can look at the brewery from the outside.
Yes. Ano. Tak, jak je to tady.
Yeah.
Zvenku a tady je silnice, Main Street, a z ní je vlastně vidět, večer to svítí, tam světlo a vy nevidíte to pivo, jak se vaří, protože se vaří v těch tancích, ale vidíte tu technologii.
Thank you. Okay, my question. I think this is important, yeah, for the people who walk outside to see how the beer is made. My question is, why haven't you thought about this thank you. This, looking out towards the town, yeah? Why can't we see from the restaurant the brewery? So why have you decided to show it to passerbyers, but not?
Ano, rozumím. Protože když přicházíte, vy vidíte, tady se pivo vaří, tady se pivo pije. Z restaurace vy vidíte do kuchyně, kde se vaří jídlo. To je zajímavý, ale není zajímavý vidět ty tanky, to je statický prvek, tam se nic prostě neděje. Ale jedu okolo autem a vidím, aha, tady se vaří pivo a tady ho pijou. A to nám přišlo jako vtipný, to je něco, co je zajímavý. Takže jo, technicky by bylo obtížný spojovat tyhle dvě prostory, takže není to zajímavý pro toho člověka, co sedí v té restauraci.
Okay, so that's why this is how you created this kind of symmetrical building from one facade. You have this, if you bring a facade on, you have this symmetrical facade.
Ano.
Yeah.
Tady je
kind of symmetrical.
Technologie a tady je restaurant. Yes.
Okay, which then on the plan it's a bit different. Yeah, it's not entirely symmetrical, but okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and structural questions I will leave.
A tady nese
Thank you.
pivo.
I don't have a structural question. I have a beer question. How it all started? Jak to všechno začalo? Did you meet?
My spolupracujeme s tou společností, která to pivo vyrábí, a už jsme dělali v Praze 3 pivovary a jeden v Krkonoších na horách. Tohle bylo logicky další pokračování. Takže, a bude doufáme další, protože ty ohlasy jsou dobrý, jsou pozitivní.
So it was a follow-up of earlier collaborations with brewery. They already did brewery in Prague and in Krkonoše mountains and in other places. And what was the first one? Jak to začalo úplně ta první? Did you meet at the pub?
Bylo to bylo to prostě buď a nebo, jestli to vyjde nebo ne. Byla to zkouška, v podstatě jsme měli pozemek, byl to pivovar Hostivár a byl pozemek, na kterým bylo možné postavit pouze jako zahradní restauraci, bylo to v podstatě taková zelená plocha, tak jsme řekli, zkusíme to, prostě vyjde to a ono to vyšlo prostě a vlastně od té doby ten majitel staví další a další pivovar.
So in the beginning the first realization was just a test because they were having a plot for a restaurant and they tried to do also a little brewery and it worked. So that was then they were having a next collaborations.
Všechno.
Možná už jste to říkal, já bych se ještě zeptala jednou na to osazení toho domu na tom pozemku vlastně, jestli to ovlivnilo ještě něco jiného než třeba ten výhled, že z těch fotek možná to není úplně vidět, co je okolo.
Okolo v podstatě mnoho není, ten pozemek byl prázdný, byl tam nějaký původně snad sád, ale problém je, že je protkaný, ten pozemek je protkaný inženýrskýma sítěma. Je tam takováhle potrubí, vodovodní potrubí, kanalizace, prostě z toho sídliště tam vede spoustu jako inženýrských sítí a to nám vlastně vymezilo místo, kde ten dům může stát. Jo. Tady všude prostě jsou inženýrské sítě, takže my jsme neměli vlastně moc na výběr, jak ten pozemek jinak zastavět. Jo. K tomu můžu říct, že vlastně co dělá atmosféru toho prostředí, nejsme my jako architekti, ale ty provozovatelé, to znamená dobrý pivo, dobré jídlo, dobrá obsluha a my k tomu přispíváme pouze jako tím příjemným prostředím. To si myslím, že se povedlo. Já taky děkuji. Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Naschledanou.
Okay. All right, good afternoon. My name is Jaroslav Kejř. I'm here on behalf of Studio Primitive. First of all, I'd like to say that as Studio Primitive, we're not all architects. There's 2 architects, but the rest of us, there's 1 craftsman, there's 1 guy who's a film producer, and we came together as friends who know each other from former jobs, from schools, universities, etc. All right, those are the instructions that someone forgot to leave out of the presentation. So this is the site plan, the wider surroundings of the project. The project is right here. First thing you need to know about this project is that it's being built, the foundation of this project is a fortress from the Second World War. These are all around the Czech borders. They've been built, they were built in before the war, but before the war started they were abandoned and have never been used. Nevertheless, there is plenty of them surrounding the whole of Czech Republic. This is the one we were using, and the Czech-Austrian border is just about here. The huge question about these fortresses these days is the military, they don't know what to do with them, so they're getting rid of them, and they're making auctions, so anyone can buy one of these. And there's been a huge discussion about what to do with them, how to treat them, because there's a huge group of people that claim that these are cultural heritage and they should not be treated lightly. By accident, there is one of these fortresses on the other side of a Vrtěnín village that about half a year before we built the first version of this project, one of the art students from a different art school, can't really remember right now, they cut a corner of it off. And that spawned a huge debate on this, because the historians, all the fan clubs of these fortresses, they made a huge thing about it, about disrespecting the heritage and stuff like that. So we tried to react to this thing, and we tried to treat it as sensitively as we could have. These are just a few of the cross sections. I'm not sure if that's what's going to tell you the most, but just to demonstrate, this is the original fortress, and the only impact we've had on it was we put 8 anchor holes with chemical anchors in it, and so we basically just used the fortress as a foundation and as a storage unit. You can see that, well, it's made of wood. It's basically, you'd call that a timber frame construction, but as you'll see in the further pictures, it's not your typical timber frame construction. It's not a 2x4 construction. It's not a heavy scaled construction. It's something entirely new. I forgot to mention that we built a first version of this project about 5 or 6 years ago. But back then we were just fresh out of school, didn't have much money, so we invested our own money into building it, but it was made out of waste material. It was made of the cheapest wood you'd use for forming concrete and stuff like that. If I'm too short on the, all right, okay. So the first cabin was very popular with our friends, with tourists, and with the locals. That's very important. But it pretty much came to an end. It aged, it didn't serve its purpose, it was leaking, it was not sufficient. So we tore it down and decided to, because we managed to round up some money from running the original project, from running other projects. So we figured out we'd build it once more again. But this time as we invest our own money, and we build it ourselves. We don't let people build it for us, because obviously we're broke. So we design our projects and we build them ourselves. And we decided to try new construction types, new materials, we take our projects as opportunities to experiment. So these are basically the pictures we have from exterior, interior. The original one did not have the colors. So as I'm saying, we use our platform, Primitive Studios, as experimental platform. So we really wanted to experiment with some colors. The original one did not have an electricity source. This one has a solar powered, but it only allows you to have light and maybe charge a phone from a USB port. This is the interior. Most important thing in this project is it's simple. It's supposed to connect people with the nature, because we think that Czech people, especially Czech people, really lost the touch with Czech landscape, and they don't really appreciate it. So we're trying to show Czech people that they can definitely relax and do it without much more than the basics, which is all that there is. There are 2 chairs, there's a wood burning stove, there's a platform to sleep on, and there's a tower where you can also sleep in. And the views. This one faces Austria, and the other one on the top faces the village and the church, and it's beautiful over there. So these are the pictures from when we started. We prefabricated all the panels, and we did this in our free time. So it was evenings, nights. Really don't have much money to do it. And these are from when we actually built it. Honestly, we always think that we have so much experience, and then we come to the field, it's in the middle of the field, and we end up getting the van stuck, and we said we want to have it ready for the season. We want it to be ready in the spring, which was a huge mistake. We ended up bribing local agriculture workers to help us. That's also one big part of the project, is that from the beginning, we worked with locals. We spent a lot of time in the local pub, talking to the mayor of the village, to the people, and we agreed on all the jobs that we provided were locally sourced. Also, we carry on using local people for, by the way, this is the main brain behind the project, Jan Terpakon. This is how we lived there. That's just cooking on the stove, sleeping in a van. This is one of the weekends we spent there. We just got snowed in, and that's, wasn't pleasant at all, but we had to do what we had to do, installing the windows. That's my dog over there. And we didn't have any mechanization. So basically, my point was gonna be, this is us when it was roughly finished, and we just a bunch of friends really trying to do what's fun for us, what we think is responsible, and we're trying to push the limits of constructions and trying to do it while employing locals and local interests. Thank you for your attention. If you have any questions, sorry for taking so long.
No, you were just on time. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. And I have a question. At first, I appreciate your presentation. I think it's really inspirational, at least for me as a student, because I think you had a lot of fun with building it. But I don't think. But I think I've missed what's really the connection between the fortress and the house. I'm not sure if I get it. Like. I just feel like there's no need for that fortress below that building. It wasn't even visible at many pictures. So my question is, was this intentional to have it only like a storage, like something that doesn't necessarily have to be visible, or it's just something that happened?
All right, the connection between the project and the fortress. There isn't much, in the sense of we're basically preserving the fortress. That was the huge question about these fortresses. Of course, you can nowadays people are buying them. You can rent one that has LCD screens inside, which has, I think there's one with sauna. People use them as wine cellars, people use them as potato cellars, people restore them to the original states. But what we really try to prove is how to use or explore. I don't think we proved anything, like we can't say this is the right way. This is just one of many ways to use these. But we try to explore the option of preserving the heritage and using it as foundation for something new. If that's, and if you have any further questions, of course.
Okay, thank you. Let me start with what you finished, the heritage. This was actually a never used defense line.
No,
so
it was
it's a line. I mean, it's heritage. It's that all these dots in space basically create a kind of line.
They do, 3 of them actually.
You have started to work on a point because that's the strategy, that's the municipal or governmental strategy. So the questions should be actually addressed to other people of how to approach this heritage, which is not only the physical structures that you see in the space, but it's also the function that actually never really was employed and it doesn't exist anymore. So I think it's actually interesting. I mean, you have all the right to explore what's possible to do. And I mean, when you say fortress, you mean a bunker, yeah?
Yes, it's a bunker.
It's a bunker. So
there's many versions of these. Sorry.
Yeah, but it's not really a fortress. Okay.
It's not one of the big ones.
Let's just be clear. It's a bunker, which function actually is to be hidden.
Yes, exactly.
And have a control over the space. So this function never really was in use. That's why all this, I mean, at least this one, is kind of hidden in the bushes.
Yeah, of course, they all are.
Yeah, now, but at the beginning maybe they were not.
They were dug in.
Yeah, but then because the agriculture around didn't approach exactly to the edge, so now they're hidden in the bushes. So with your intervention, obviously, you made it visible. My question actually, first question is, what is the approach? How do you get up to, from some dirt road to this bunker? What's the approach? Have you painted something? Do you just walk over the meadow?
There are 2 ways of approach. This is the main road that connects the village in Austria to the rest of the Czech Republic, and the distance from here to there is about 30 meters. So it's not very far. The second way in is over here, and there is no approach, there's no official dirt road or anything. We're using the field, but every single year there is a little pathway that the people walk. And we have agreed with the agricultural collective that uses the field that this is okay with them. If we need to do any maintenance, we ask them if it's okay. We figure out the right time in order not to disturb the field, and then we proceed. What I forgot to mention is that the whole village of Vratěnín, the municipality, they have the keys to the shelter or the cabin, and they can use it at their own will when they need it. So we're trying to give something back in exchange for stomping out a few of their crops, and yeah. So basically, that's a.
Okay, it answers my question. Second question: what are these black dots?
These?
Yeah.
Those are the next bunkers. They originally they were conceived as 3 defense lines.
Okay, so that's what I thought. So this
Yep.
red dot is one of the black ones.
That's a big question. There's so many of them. So do we really need to treat them as, conserve every single one of them? Do we have to? Do we not have to? Like, in my opinion, cutting off a corner of one is no big deal because there is a. But that's like. conservation of all architecture or all heritage, do we have to have all of them preserved? That's a question for a big debate. Sorry about that.
That's a conceptual question on another level.
Yeah.
Let's go back to this, single project, because it could also be left untouched.
Of course.
It could also be, so they would sunk into the landscape, and as they are meant to be invisible, they would stay invisible. That's also one possibility.
Of course.
To approach. But okay, let's go.
But this is basically, we weren't trying to hide it. We were trying to basically kind of draw attention to it, because at the time when we designed this, it was a big topic to discuss. So we're not saying this is the right approach. We just, look, there is one approach, and obviously because we wanted to draw attention to it, it's,
I know, I have actually a similar, my last question would be, not similar, but kind of connected to the question that was already given. Frankly, I think it's interesting that you have subverted, like if you take a glove down and you just take it inside out, so that something that it was hidden, you can actually transform it into a lookout, and it looks like a periscope, sort of. If
it is.
From a farther landscape. And you have said that you only used 8 points to have a very, again, discrete touch to be able to use the bunker as a foundation. So would it be any other way to approach it to keep the bunker really untouched and kind of attached this lookout of yours in another way? Have you thought about it?
You mean without disturbing it at all, without drilling any holes, without touching it at all?
Yeah, maybe without touching it, yeah.
Well, of course there is. There would be, I'm not sure if you really want me to go through all the construction solutions,
I
but...
want to see why have you decided for precisely this approach?
To be perfectly honest, as I said before, when we started with this project, we were fresh out of school, and this was basically the easiest, simplest, easiest to realize, easiest to, and it was visually very minimalistic, so that's one of the reasons we used it. And back in the day, you really wanted to make it as simple as possible. It's pity I don't have the pictures of the original one, because it only had one layer of skin, it had no installation and stuff like that. But we wanted to make it as simple as possible. And drilling 8 holes in comparison to what's been happening to these bunkers in the past, those 8 holes are basically nothing. People try to blow them up, people try to take them apart, people are using them for storing potatoes. So.
Yeah, but we're not talking about other projects, just yours. Okay, thank you very much. Would you like to add something?
No, I think we've run out of time, but certainly there are many more questions that should be asked about the concept, concept of other structures like that, and we don't have time for that, which is a shame, because I think it's really interesting and I really love this topic. So.
It's a big topic.
Thank you.
Okay, and then you made an interesting project out of it. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you very much for your time. Have a great afternoon. So good afternoon. My name is Jan Skopi, and I'd like to share a few words about our two projects. Actually, I got two presentations following each other. The first one is concerning a footbridge in a little town called Žďár nad Sázavou. Actually, it's crossing the Sázava River. You can see the flows to the North Sea. But the bridge itself is just a piece of the puzzle. You know, we are talking about the bridge, but the whole project spans more bridges along the river and connecting the green spaces and like involving the public space. I'm going to show you later. The first bridge is called. It's close to the park called Farská humna, which is very close to the historic center. There's the connection that was clearly missing for a long time. There's a big public park, which is connecting also the cycling tour, which ends up at Santini's famous church. They took the crossing. In the form, it's just a footbridge. It's a very simple form, and that's the main purpose of the construction. It's supposed to be like lost in the environment. So it's simple steel structure. We are trying to make the cladding in a timber which will naturally age with its environment, and trying to mingle with the park, because that's the main purpose, like to disappear in fact. Even in the gloomy weather. But the bridge, in fact, it's just a start. You know, it's connecting places and trying to live up the environment. So a few more pictures. The main purpose is to bring life to the park, which is surprisingly not very lively. It's very close to the historic center. So the part of the project is creating some little spaces where you can stop and sharing some times with your friends. It's like the grill area. This project is followed up by different connections following the main green axis of the park. There are several bridges that are following this first one, which are very similar in form, very simple, but still following a different material strategies. Like the following one is made of concrete. This one is the first one with using timber. There's another one using steel plates. And there are short, like small bridges for showing spans with different spatial ideas trying to fit in the park. Like a plate, like a gate. But this one is actually, this is the first one in a series of the bridges. That's it. That's the first one. Can I ask? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Carry on.
No, I just wanted to thank you. But if you want to continue, you can continue, and then we can ask questions.
Splendid.
You've been very short.
I'm going to be very short. Yeah.
What will be?
The next one is completely different typology. It's a family house.
Okay, then let's stay with the bridges.
Okay.
Okay, I'm not sure if I have a question. I haven't had the real time to prepare a question. I just wanted to thank you. I remember I was there 10 years ago with a family, and I really remember this walk from the center of Žďár to UNESCO heritage site. So I'm really glad that this place that really had the opportunity, that this opportunity was used, I think, in a great way. But still, I don't have a question. So I will find some.
If we have time, it's just a funny story. You know, this building was conceived. The construction company made a mistake, so they like fixed it upside down, so it was much lower to the water, and it was called at the time. Because there are people like traveling on the boats, it was called a guillotine.
because it was too low, and it got very famous because of the guillotine. So they changed up, they fixed up the cladding, but you know, the name stick to that. So we are proud of that. It's a guillotine. Right?
Thank you. I do have a question. Could you explain why, if you give us a plan, you have like 3, 4, 5 bridges.
Mm-hmm.
So what made you decide for differences in materiality? Why?
Yeah.
Why not making all bridges the same?
The first bridge I was showing it's adjacent to the park. You know, that's a very natural environment. Another one, the concrete one. That's the main pathway from the center where there's pavement and everything. It's very like, you know, in a way, city-like structure. It's not natural, the environment. And the third one, the steel one, there's the heat tubing, you know, and it goes from the heat factory, and it's very factory-like environment. So I wanted to respect different characters and different places, because, you know, to feel, to understand at the first sight that you are on the right spot. Making all the bridges the same would make you confused a bit, you know, which place I'm in.
Maybe, maybe not.
Yeah.
But we could say that your decision for different materialities, you have got this decision out of the context.
Yeah, of course, yeah, environment.
The bridge is,
for sure.
Larger, I mean, spatial and social context, obviously.
We are not creating a sculpture, we are creating something that fits in, like works. That's the whole ambition.
Another question. What about the, how, in terms of construction and in terms of image, how do your bridges touch the ground? That's what I'm interested in. How do they touch the ground?
Well, there obviously has to be concrete foundation. We show that. Maybe we can see a picture as well of that. There's obviously concrete construction, which is joined by staircase, of course, you know, as well. So we are allowing some access to the water, because that's the main problem here. You're seeing the nice river, but you can't touch it. So there was the opportunity to make this foundation as well as something useful.
And all the bridges have the same foundations, and all will have stairs.
Yeah.
So there is something that.
I'm not sure. Not all of them are going to have stairs. The small ones, I'm not sure about that. But you know, the basic construction principles are very similar. Yeah.
So you just change this
appearance stuff. Yeah.
Appearance of it. Okay, and just the last question about this platform on the water, like the last bridge, which is not the bridge, it's like a square on the water. This could also be it's very popular to do a square on the water. Again, why could you explain the context of this a little bit more and maybe show it on the plan?
The context of this bridge is quite different to the others, because this is there's a very famous church by Santini, Baroque architecture, and there's like a pathway you can walk around, and this bridge is on the pathway. So it's not just some place to cross over, but it's the place to stop and watch the environment, watch the silhouette of the Santini's church. So it is more like a place to stay than just to cross the water.
Okay, thank you. Could you just show it on the plan, and then I will
sure.
Stop valuing you.
This is Santini's Church of St. John Nepomuc. I guess this is the bridge.
Okay. And the
so you can walk around like and come back to the church.
To the church. Okay.
And it's very popular among the tourists.
Thank you for now. Have you developed any questions?
I have a short question, I think. I was just wondering, because I wasn't familiar with this idea of changes in this area until today. And we have only saw bridges. So I'm wondering if there are any other following projects like some
Actually, they are.
Yeah.
There are quite a lot of them. Because my colleague, Zbigniew, who's unfortunately not here today, he's a municipal architect. So he's the one organizing the space and like organizing architecture competition. So just now there's going on big architecture competition for Santini's entrance, going on, which is like open at the time. There are more competitions going on, so this is just a part of the puzzle of making the city, of course. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. And now we can move to another typology, and you start when you're ready and when the
Sure.
technician.
Great. So let's make a journey from Žďár to the second biggest city, Brno. We're designing a family house on the outskirts of Brno, so it's a very nice place. Actually, we were very lucky because the place is unique. It's one of its kind. It's almost in the forest, but you can still build on it, which is very unusual. We are in a slope, and this context slide determined all the spatial concept and materials. Actually, the last plot you can build on, overseeing the nice wall, it's like one of its kind. The place demanded a different approach to spatial plan because the entrance was on the upper side of the plot. So this is actually the look from the entrance gate. You're entering from the top. The strongest part for us was the view of the forest, of course. We wanted to sit inside and enjoy the environment. So we have designed quite unusual the living space downstairs, where you have really the connection with the forest, and you can walk outside and have a dinner on a terrace, watching the trees. It's a transit connection. And in mind, we had to make the private places upstairs. So that there was kind of fight, between the private and the meeting and the living spaces. A place you got to enter, but you should not wander to the private place, to the private bedroom. That's a big distinction between the private places, which are supposed to be quiet, closed, give some people some privacy, and the open space of the place that people meet and eat food together. One of the important aspects was also rational cost of operations in terms of heating and cooling. So we worked quite a lot about the insulation and thinking about the physics. We are facing south, so we are thinking about like heating up with sunlight but not overheating the place. And of course, the fact that we have dug in the floor helped a bit because it's cooling and heating the place is keeping the temperature steady. So there are some computations about the distribution of heat. there are some details which were very much the center of our concerns. You know, touching the concrete wall, working with the steel columns. Because of course we wanted to have the view from the living space as undisturbed as possible. So we used very slender columns. Some details of an insulation of the attic. And the foundation. In the terms of the look of the house and the feeling, we wanted to suppress the private part. So we used this wood cladding, which can close the windows from the outside, but these parts can be opened by inhabitants and open the look. So there's some mechanical conception to open it. So according to everyone's feeling, you can close and open the awning. Now it's closed, now it's open. This is actually the look that can be seen by bypassers which walks the nature. You know, revealing quite little about the living space and as much as you want about the private spaces. This is the closed look. And of course, the main character in this show are the forest, are the trees. This is the night view. That's it.
Okay, thank you. I have one question. Just could you please add to your presentation, if you still have time?
Mm-hmm.
You have mentioned that you had this problem to solve, you know, that you enter from above,
mm-hmm.
actually into the level of private spaces. So could you explain more precisely how have you solved this problem?
Well,
I mean, you know, but you didn't tell us.
Of course, the ultimate goal is to make it very intuitive. Like if you've never been to the house, you should go naturally downstairs without trying to wander into the private
okay,
places.
So how have you
it's about the size of the. Let me show the floor plan. Physics. It's about the size of the place. Actually, the closed are with hidden hinges and everything. They are almost invisible. And this mesh staircase is. You can see the light down there, so that's what's guiding you actually, because all the rest is dark.
Okay,
but
fine.
Yeah.
So how do you, when you park in a garage, how do you get to your living place?
Let me show you the site plan. Actually, that's the main gate. There are two places for one car inside, one car outside, and there's the gate and the pathway inside. And actually, you want to go the first way should be downstairs to the living space, get to the kitchen, get the shopping off, and then you can go to the to your space upstairs. There are 3 bedrooms. This is a study, almost study. So it's quite usually he welcomes his visits, work visits in his study. He don't allow them to go downstairs.
But you have no, just a question, you have no, or why you have no corridor?
Mm-hmm.
Why don't you have any corridor of, to protect people from weather when they exit the garage or exit the car parked in front of the garage to get to the entrance?
Yeah, actually one specific thing was the client, he wasn't very car loving person, you know, someone wants to have their car parked all the time, he didn't care, just like he was. And that's one thing, that the car was in the center of his life, and second was it would hinder the view, you know.
Okay, thank you for now.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. I'm quite missing a picture from inside, but I guess it was intentional that.
Yeah, that's not quite unfinished yet.
Yeah, okay.
Or it was at the time of the photo shooting.
Yeah, okay, because I can really imagine the look of the place, right, the way I would love to. So I kind of feel like if I was the owner, I would use that small staircase next to the garage and use it to enter the house. So wasn't there even like at some stage idea to have like a bigger staircase right to the sort of more public, or how to say it?
I'm not sure. You mean this one, or there's even a part in
that on the left side? I haven't really saw that on the right side. So okay.
There is, but
okay.
but it's usually meant to be like the working maintenance entrance.
Yeah.
If you want to get to the garden and you don't want to go through, that's the main point.
Yeah. So just to ask a question, and I don't want to only talk. I just want to ask. Wasn't there any, like, in the phase of planning that construction, wasn't that idea of having a bigger staircase?
Of course, there were so many options here, you know. But in effect, like the interior was set by the dimensions and by the regulations and everything. You know, we had to fit in the area still, like in the forest.
So you have considered it to be a better option.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
And there was even an idea why to put the garage on the side of the neighbor, just to make this like the smallest passage as possible, make this area as free as possible to the forest.
Yeah. So I'm looking forward for images from the inside.
So am I.
Okay. Great. Thank you.
Okay, that's your time. Now it's my time.
Sorry.
No, I mean his actually. Now we have time for questions, but we will be short. Now, judging from a point of view of how have you, let's say, used the potential of this kind of approach to build up the garden, the privacy of the garden, the privacy of using the outdoor space being integrated. I think it's well integrated through the glass ground floor. Yeah, it's well integrated, and it also has enough shadow for summer, for sure, because it's in the woods. Maybe again I would miss a little bit of shelter. So when you sit, so that you could sit outside even during some minor rain, okay? So that's not possible if you don't have an umbrella.
Yeah, sure.
Structural. So the gap, I think, what I'm asking you is the size of the gap between the volumes, yeah? Which you're too quick. So there's nothing in the basement. It's nothing below this terrace.
No.
So it's just that you have decided for two separate volumes with this big wall, which I assume you will cover with plants in time, and open and orient all the happenings into this little grass area before the newly planted forest, which will even more hide the building from the public part of the forest. Okay, if you could just explain why this is so large and not structured.
In fact, the division between two masses is like the small one with garage, it's a technical one. Downstairs, there's the heating central and the kettle and everything, you know, need to make the house work. And it of course allowed us to make the other mess a bit cleaner because of this. In terms of the shading, of course, you know, this is the empty space which is gonna adjust to the living of the people. They're gonna add an umbrella, that's no trouble. But we didn't want to like incorporate something into the building which cannot be undone. You know. And still, you know, the problem of overheating, of course, it will happen even in the forest sometimes we thought that the option to have it open during the winter time and to have the view unhindered, it's more important at the moment.
I mean, yeah, definitely you can use the shields, the interior exterior
and
shields.
in fact, they are like shielding.
That's solvable. That's a solvable problem for living. I think it's actually using the let's say the disadvantages of being built in a forest on a slope, that turning this into the advantages quite well. Okay, now understand some of your starting points. And if you could just show me the plan again on top.
Sure.
So the street, it's actually quite far away from the actual building, yeah?
Let me see that. That's the street over here. So that's just one place for a car.
Yeah, and these are some concrete walls or wooden walls around the entrance, where you have...
No, it's just a gate and place for waste and the stuff you want to hide.
But it's concrete or metal?
Yeah, it is part concrete. I'm not sure, I have a photo in here.
You don't have to have a photo, that's okay.
But it's partly concrete, partly the same timber structure as this facade is.
Okay, but that basically creates an entrance to the estate.
For sure. And from the entrance, you have a bit of unhindered view to
the forest.
Yeah, to the forest.
That's why you have this opening, so unblocked. Okay, thank you. That's all I have. You have more?
I don't really have any question right now, so thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Congratulations, and we'll see what
will
come out of it. Okay. Thank you.
Cut.
Okay, so good afternoon. My name is Pavlína Elfová. I am from living in Green Designer Studio, and this is my colleague Lenka Vyhnálková. She's my moral support today. First of all, I want to sincerely thank you for picking our project between 52 finalists of the competition. And now we can start with our presentation. Where from? Our project is located in Prague 5 district. It's not far from there. And it's one of the main green areas of the Prague 5. And its unique location and its historical underground were two themes that were our lead line for the project. And this is there you can see the aerial view of the whole site, and there you can see that this park is surrounded by family houses and mainly, and down there is a main road, one of the main roads in Prague. Another part of our work, this park has a really long history. It started. There is something wrong. Sorry. It started like in 18th century, its history, and it went through different owners, and since 20th century it became part of the city property. And one of the most important things from our historical research is this main axis of the park. It's right here. We can see it in the map from 1842. It's still there in 1884 and so on, and it's still there till these days. This main axis of the park leads to the nice or spectacular view over the river and to the historical site of Vyšehrad. So it's probably the reason why the axis was founded there by the first landscaping architects of this area. And as we can see there, it started as a historical vineyard, and in 2017 we came to the site because the municipality of Prague 5 wanted to make a reconstruction of the park, quite thorough reconstruction of the park. So in 2017 we started on the project, and in 2020 it was finished. The realization was finished. As we can see on these pictures, there is quite a strong historical imprint in this area. The first is this main axis I was talking about, and then there are some remains of there is the main building. It's the same building through the time, and other sculptures in the park, and this main axis is over there. So it was where we started from. Our inputs, what we were working with in this project, this place is a really strong genius loci, because when you come here, it's like it's a little hidden from the surrounding. So when you are in the park, you don't see the buildings around, only these centuries-old trees all around you, and the path, apart from this main axis, are really like going through the park all over. So it's a really nice walk there. and it's really it's a favorite place from people from neighborhood, like dog walkers, children and parents, and there are also children from the local kindergarten. Our minuses, or the dark side of this project, when we came here, we found there quite uncared for green. Overall, we wanted to this little forgotten park to light it up and open it for more people. I'm sorry, one second main theme of our project was changing these meters and meters of asphalt covering of the paths. It was quite cracked, and there were bulbs over it. To change it in something more suitable for this path. And where to? Where did we get? In our design, we worked with actual trees, actual shrubs, and we added to the important places. We added also perennials, because there weren't any in the park, but we did only light touches with the perennials, so we didn't overpower the overall feeling from the park. So the perennials are located now by the main axis, and by some sitting places like over there and over there. Yeah, as I said, so the changes should be, or were only subtle, because we wanted to respect the mood of the park. Second part of our work was creating or changing the cover of the path. We changed this asphalt to granite blocks, which are more suitable, I think. And they helped us to slower the water flowing from the slope down. And we also changed the covering of some less important paths, like this one and this one, that were used only time to time. We changed it to packed gravel, because it was enough for the intensity of the usage. And it also slows the water a little. At the end of the main axis, there should be, or will be in the future, a gazebo, from which you can see the whole Vyšehrad scenery. But for now it's not there, because the municipality plans it in like 4 or 5 years. We were working with the areas of some quiet recreation and some active recreation. As a new place for this active recreation, there is this working area for working out. But again, it's hidden from the main views, so we didn't change the feeling of the park, or the overall feeling of the park, and it's made preferably from wooden articles, because it came here nicer, or sits here nicer than other materials. I'm sorry? Okay. So, realization. We were really enthusiastic about the realization, because it looked really nice. These pictures are from the last autumn. and the works it all looked really nice. But now this reality, 1 year after this project was finished, is a little different. Thanks to the draft, quite sunny weather and dry months, the perennials aren't prospering so much as we wanted. The benches are, vandals are still there, and now there is this big question for us. If our investor, the municipality of Prague 5, was really prepared for this big reconstruction of the park, and because now they don't spend too much money for maintenance as we would need. So our work never ends. We have to educate our investors again and again and again about financial requirements of the project, and but we hope that this isn't a lost case. So for the end, there is a puzzle where we summarized all themes we were working with, and I hope that if we found the missing piece of the puzzle, this maintenance piece, it will get better in the next years. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. So would you like to start maybe?
Thank you. I have a really simple question. I was wondering if you have mentioned that those pads are redone in a different material, but you haven't changed the way they are.
They are going.
Yeah. So it wasn't on a budget. It was.
It wasn't on the budget, and I think it wasn't necessary, because the people were walking in the park, like smaller rounds, bigger rounds, and we didn't want to change it too dramatically. And it was one of the reasons from the National Heritage Institute also. They wanted to leave it as much as it is now. So we changed only the cover of the path, but not the ways.
Yeah. Okay. That's my question.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah. That's my question. We'll start first at the, let's say, starting point. You showed us the evolution of the park briefly. So what would be, what was this decision, reconstruction? If it's a reconstruction, which historical layer have you decided to brought up? The 18th century, or basically the 19th century, or the 20th century?
We were, our design was in correlation in, I think, 19th century layer, because it was made as a landscaping park, and we were in this correlation.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. This partially answers your question also. Why they didn't change the layout of the pathway, because that's the heritage. That's the built structure that needs to please take care of the time. Okay. And then basically, what was the problem with the park?
In the beginning.
And now is the maintenance.
It's the
maintenance. It did deteriorate. Your blacklist actually showed that there's maintenance. So what you added to the chosen historical part basically are the perennials and some structures that are now required by new. Everybody thinks that children need playground equipment. They don't really. That was probably the requirement. Yeah. Okay. My question is, why you have put perennials precisely on these locations? You have started to explain, but you explain more. That's one question. Why there and not somewhere else? And then why have you added these little wooden structures that are the borders, the polars, wooden
Posts.
polars, and the rope, and then
Mhm.
there's something else that is wooden.
Okay.
I don't know.
Go back.
Yeah, this.
Like this one?
Yeah. Why did you? Is it temporarily or permanent? So first the perennials, and then the structures. Thank you.
We put perennials in the places where people can enjoy them the most, I think. Yeah. So it's the main axis and two places with the benches. So my presumption was for the old people, it's a pleasure to sit in the surrounding of the flowering plants.
Right. Could you just show it on the plan again? Yeah.
Like this is the main axis, and there between the benches, and there between the benches.
And what the other red?
This.
Yeah.
These it's bulbs like narcissus, tulips, and so on, and they are growing straight from the grass. There are no beds, flower beds, but only grass. So in the spring, there are these flowering places, and then in the May, gardeners just cut them, and there is only grass, and that's all. And the second question you had, I'm sorry.
About the border.
About the border, yeah. The rope is there primarily because of the dogs, because there are a lot of dog walkers. They are walking on the path, and I didn't want to dogs getting into the our flower beds.
Okay, I understand. Just more in this subject. So they are not temporarily, they're permanent.
No, yeah, they are permanent.
Okay, why have you decided for wood and rope? I'm just getting, I understand the bulbs, I understand narcissus and tulips, they add strong color in the spring where everything is yet waking up, so it's strong color, and then it vanishes. And then, okay, the undulating form, it could be any other form, but it works, I guess. But with this, I would like to know, the material decisions behind wood and rope as the barrier against dogs.
Like we knew that we need some border there. It was clear. And I didn't want to work with some iron structures, because I think they will be too hard for this kind of place. So I came with the solution with only these poles and the rope. That is a little more like a natural style, from my point of view.
Yeah. Okay. Do we have a time? No. We have a break. Okay, thank you very much. I think it's a good experiment, and I hope municipality will open for maintenance.
Okay.
So congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Paul, and let me introduce Atul. It's the mountain hut for Karnap. It's a Kyrgyzstan National Park. The site is grassy slope in about 1,200 meters above the sea level. It's in the middle of Kyrgyzstan Mountains. It's the biggest mountain in Czech Republic. The project is designed by students, me and another 4 ladies, and also the group of boys who will help us with the manual work. Because this is the project from this school is 4 ateliers designed 6 huts, and we have 1 semester to design it and build it by our hands. So there is some photo from the build. We have very uncomfortable conditions, snow, and it was very funny. The concept is we use the typical shape for old huts, and we because the old huts have on front the entry in front, and we decided to enter to the hut from the back side, and to the front side we put a window, big window, because there on site is very nice view to the land, Czech land. The outer construction is about, the hut is about 2 meters on the ground, so when it's snow you can also you have a good viewing from the hut, and also provides some cover when it's rain, and when it's the hut inside is full. The main hut is made from 2 blocks because of transportation from this to the mountains, and it's simple structure from wood and wood planks, and the hydro-isolation is asphalt plate. From facade is from wooden planks which we burn it, and it's a natural cover for barev, no. It's a colors, yes. The entrance is covered by terrace and made from timber gratting, which enables the snow dirt to fall down. The traditional shapes is there's old hut, which this year they remove, yes. And the hut is very famous in Instagram, and many people like it, and it's a very sleepover spot. And that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. A small project, a small
yes.
short presentation. Okay, I'm handing it to you again.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I don't have any questions since I know this building quite well. So I've already answered all questions that I've had in the past. I think there's one small problem with these builds, and that's they are too popular. It's so much visited that it's usually full.
Overcrowded. So
yeah, and so there should be more of these beautiful structures. I know they are controversial sometimes. There are many people who love mountains who feel like these buildings should be more classical, but I don't think so. But I'm here to ask questions, and I don't have questions, so I will.
Unfortunately, we have small mountains. So.
Yeah, what I wanted to ask, despite because the structural approach was well presented, I wanted to ask what were the factors that made you actually choose this precise location, while at the end you said it already, there was already a hub there.
Yeah.
So let me rephrase the question. If you wouldn't have the location pre-selected, I think the student project actually, they were all building on this location, or these 6?
No, we have 6 locations for 6 hubs.
But all were existing locations?
Yes.
Okay, so if there will be no pre-selected location and you would get the assignment to build, which is actually a rescue place, yeah? If the weather conditions are really bad, when you're in the mountains, sometimes you need a place to hide and to get you through the bad hours. And I think, in a way, that you did it well. You didn't make it an object, a hotel in the mountain, but just a little bit. So if you didn't have a pre-selected site, how would you select a site for this hut, this shelter? How would you select the site, and maybe where would you put it? Do you understand that?
Yeah. Maybe we made some references, and you must.
Let me help you. What you said before, you have moved the entrance to the back and to have a window without obstruction to be able to look out. So obviously, looking out and seeing something, the bellevue, is one of the factors. So would there be any other factors that would influence the selection of the site if you wouldn't have already?
No můžeš jen jakoby dát trošku, já tomu jako asi rozumím, ale...
I know it's not exactly related, the question to this, but could you imagine more of these structures, because the mountains are huge.
No, I think every place have another construction, because this is made for this site, and other side you have another condition. There's in winter there is about 2 meters snow. Somewhere else is 1 meter, and another condition. The mountains is very, how to say, it's very changing weather. There is very changing weather, so it's also will be made up. So.
Yeah, I understand. It's okay. I understand it's going into the direction that I wanted to.
Yeah.
These are all the factors. So they are environmental, they are climatic,
Yeah.
there are definitely some geological
It's
factors.
very hard
maybe.
mountain, so.
Yeah. So what about placing this object at the edge of the forest instead of in the middle of the...
I think it doesn't work in edge of forest, this type of structure.
Why not?
Because it's designed for this place. It's there's many aspects around this, so you can see on another student designed it. They have no large window because they are in the forest. This is our colleagues, and they have small stone in the middle of forest. Yes, so
we're waiting. We are using up time. Yeah, I'm not saying in the forest, on the edge of the forest.
Yeah.
So you would have the view, you would make sense of the back entrance because you would go in the forest.
It makes.
Yeah.
Oh,
okay.
on the yes.
Could be.
It's possible.
I mean, it makes it just a better design.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks a lot for your presentation, and yeah, congratulations for the.
I'm sorry about my English.
No, it's turned on.
Oh, well.
Hello, my name is Jura. I'm a student of landscape architecture, and for me it's a great honor to present this project to such an outstanding persons and jury. The author of the project is architect AKKA, and now I'm doing internship in this studio. The Mercantines Gardens are situated in the south or western part of Czech Republic, in Klatovy town. It's something about 40 kilometers from Plzeň and near the borders to Germany. I don't know why it's the half image is away, but okay. Here is the urban structure of Klatovy town, and here is the historic center of the city, and this place is area of Mercantines Gardens, and it is a transition zone or area between urban structure and landscape on the south part. Here is the plans before state and current state, and this project or Mercantines Gardens is the typical example of landscape architecture because it has it has connecting of all details or structures, for example, space, walkways, edges, focal points, and other structures, for example, water, vegetation, and so on. Here in the center part is the parterre. It's the meeting place, and here is a big pond with islands in the middle of this pond, and through the whole site flows a stream, and it's crossed by 4 bridges. Here is the part of the plan, of the master plan, water structures, as I said. Here the pond, stream, and here is new fountain, spaces, colonnades, cafe. Here is the parterre. Here is quay with gazebo, and in this place and down some playgrounds, and in different places. In these sites we can see some sculptures, some of them here and here in the middle of the island. Mercantines Gardens was founded by initiative by President of Klatovy region, František Mercantin, in the years 1841, 1845. And it's based on the composed landscape and respect actual needs of society and respect the memory of the place. This park has a new water program. For example, near Colonnade Cafe is a new fountain with the words on the surface of this fountain is words by first President of Czech Republic and the last President of Czechoslovakia, Václav Havel. And you can read here that hope is not conviction that something will turn out well, but certainty that something makes sense regardless of how it will turn out. this space near Colonnade Cafe. And here you can see allegorical sculptures of 4 seasons of the year. And one of the sculptures is the monument to founder of this park, František Mercantin. Here, near parterre, is a new quay and gazebo and renovated pond. Here are some details. And the situation. And state before, how it looks. And the middle of the pond is situated a small island with the round bench. It is monument to to landscape architect from Klatovy, Václav Vojtfuter. By the way, it is one of the mentors of architect Chvojka, who is chief designer of Old Park. Some details of this island, this monument. It's just a landform without water, and it's really picturesque in autumn. Seasons is changes and change the way to get to these islands. When there is ice, people can skate to this island or walk. Walkways are completely new. And the backbone of the site is a stream. And this stream is crossed by 4 bridges. The 2 of them are made of monolithic concrete. One of them. Some details. Second one. Details. And 2 of them are made of concrete and wood bridge deck. And it's these bridges are for pedestrians and cyclists. Some details. As stated before. And the surface, water surface could be reached by water steps, for example. And the final phase of this project will be an implementation, literal plantings along the whole bank. The park has 3 playgrounds and 1 fitness road. And in the southern part, we can find treetop walkway. It's a really popular place for adults and children. And the park has a walkway system, smooth walkway system, classic, and in some places it's broken by these geometric shapes. It's for example, petanque playground, and some example of information system. Here is with history, so on. Thank you for attention.
Okay, thank you. I would ask you to continue a little bit with presentation because we lack information. Okay, so what exactly on a plan were your interventions? Because it wasn't clear at the beginning what is old and what is new.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, now I get the picture, but I would like to have more clear explanation from you and more, now it's on, and more, because this and show the other one, the old one before.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm sorry for this. So this oval shape is your design?
No,
On the
it's not my design anymore. I didn't work on this project. I just presented. I know this, but
it's a new design.
It's something renovated and something new. For example, this shape was like a square, geometric, and now it's
so this
round.
Is new.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
This is new,
This
and the
is
pavement
new.
is reconstructed. And the bridges are added.
Yeah,
I
this
see.
colonnades, two bridges.
And the little how do you call it?
He were two bridges, and now it's 4 bridges.
Okay, because that's how I need to understand. What was the change, and then the monument on the island is new. The island is old.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And this port in the lake is also new. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's the new design that we judge. The building is old. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks a lot. Yes. So what? Yeah. Let's start with this question, maybe. At the end, you said that the old structure of the park, it's probably 19th century park.
Yeah.
That was soft, so you added this oval. I mean, the oval form was added. It's quite understandable. It opens the space more.
Yes.
To this.
We make focal
pavilion.
points. Yeah.
But what you said was that you have broken this soft geometry with geometric shapes.
Yes, exactly.
So why, and has it happened as a strategy or only at one park?
It's just a minute. I will show these. Yeah, it's here. Yeah, only one part, because it is copy of the structure of the green. Here was the place where vegetables or plants grow, from glass. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Here was building from glass, and now here's not this building, and this shape copy the place of this building. Yeah.
So it's a kind of
it's
memory.
not. Yes, exactly.
Okay, memory, and it only happened here. Okay.
Yes.
And maybe I hand it to you, and maybe I think more about what was.
I'll turn the microphone on. And I have quite a practical question.
Yes.
Since I'm not a student of landscape architecture, I'm a student of casual architecture. About the port island.
Yes.
I saw that there are boats, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So in summer you get the boat. Those boats are like somehow kept by the port, and you can just without renting it, just sit in and go to the island. Yeah. And because I guess I know how some parks in Czech Republic look at night and drunk people and so on. Do you know about how it is going nowadays? If it's still usable like that there are still boats in the port. And does the city take care of this, or because I see that this might be a problem in the future with the maintenance of this.
Yeah, maybe. But 1 year ago I was here, and so the boats were here, and was no problem with this. But I don't know how it looks today.
Yeah, there are 2 of them, or do you know how many?
Every day, or when I was here, he was man who take care about these boats.
Okay.
I think that maybe in the morning here brings these boats and evening.
Okay.
Go with this.
Okay, that's an interesting thing to think about. I remembered what I wanted to ask. It's I'm gonna go back to the questions of form. I hope you could answer. So we have this layer of the 19th century park.
Yes.
And then we have some of these new additions which are very clear, like the big oval lawn. And then we have some formal expressions of the former structures, like as you said, like the glass houses that was there, and it's now memorized by the edges of the petanque field. What about the form of the new structures, of the new programs that probably have not been before in the park, like children's playground and this experiential walk through the trees? Where did the formal decisions for what's on the ground and in the gravel, in the grass, it's very visible. It's contrasting. So you see, where does this form comes from?
I don't know if I understand correctly, but for example, this place, it's only for people, only for pedestrians, because these curbs are higher than the level of grass, and you can go riding here. Yeah, these forms and new pathways or walkways through the bridge are new, and structures like walkways through trees and playgrounds. Yeah, this new, but the base is in design repeat and renew.
Repetition, okay. But let's if you show this slide with the
with plan, or
no, the slide with the children's playground and this walkway among it. Is also this plan.
It's on the last slides. Just
okay. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Or the one before, maybe.
Yes.
It's even more obvious. It's neither oval, it's what make the decision. I mean, this playground is an island in the grass, okay,
yes.
we can understand this.
Mm-hmm.
But what is the decision behind the form that lies on the ground and hosts this whole structure?
Because all structure of the park is smooth, classic, and here is smooth line too. We, or architects, designed only these like geometric, because he was building. It's just memory to building, not oval forms, not smooth shapes. And here is shape respect the old concept of pathways and these romantic or smooth walkways.
Okay, thank you.
Just respect to concept.
Another question is about the light in the park.
Yeah.
The one is we've seen the one on the lawn, on the main oval lawn. That's quite clear. But they just go back one side. One, another one. More. Stop. Yeah. That's probably quite a nice functional lighting that would enable people to walk through the park during the later hours. Yeah, not during the night, but it's okay. But if you go back to the bridge, what made you the first one, the concrete one? What made you decide for so much light on this very only bridge? Is this bridge? I mean, why this bridge is so light?
Why lights are here, or
this? Why this bridge has such a bright light?
I think that it's idea to, because the structure is not straight of this bridge, and the structure is like rectangles, and these lights show us the shadows and the structure of design of this bridge. Yeah.
Okay, it's a fascination about the structure of this concrete bridge. That's why other bridges do not have so much lightning. Okay, so I think that maybe I could just ask you, the new water feature is only the one that is now placed in front of the pavilion, and that holds this. And yeah, the approaches to the water, besides this, that's the new one. And the water jet in the pool was there before in the pond, because you need to aerate the pond. What about the approaches to the water, to the pond? You have just one? Or you have many more stairs to come down? Or what was the strategy behind how you get people down to the water? Was there any strategy, or just point by point?
Sorry, I not get the question, but pond has just this big pond, yeah?
Yeah, the big one. Has only one approach to the...
Yes, it's just stairs and natural banks and stairs to the boats, maybe 4. I remember.
So all the stairs that you show are the same stairs?
Yes, are the same.
Now I understand, Okay, so that's...
are the same, and 2
wooden piers that go into the water. Okay, thank you very much for now. Do you have any?
No, I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and congratulations to your team.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Bye.
Bye.
So good afternoon. I'd like to introduce you our project about restoration of historic landscape. Can we start this? Okay. Well, I will speak about a project which is terms about 10 years, and it's a place which is now in UNESCO heritage as a UNESCO heritage site, also because of our project. And first steps are back into area of Emperor Rudolf II, 1578. It's one of the oldest still existing studs in Europe. Similar stud is, for example, in Lipica. And whole countryside, whole landscape in this area was created especially for horses and for special view purposes like bucolic or romantic pasture landscape. We may know something like this from an antique Arcadia landscape, which is a memory in European history from antique. We know the oldest maps from 18th century. The composition of the landscape is situated from meadows, forests, and můžeme tady mít.
Ukaž to rukou.
And this special area was part of our project. Mm-hmm. So this is the place. This map shows changes which were planned in 1780, and part of this vegetation is still existing, and we wanted to recreate this condition back. The main source of information about historic condition was vegetation aerial photograph from 1938. We made analysis from today. We analyzed the development of vegetation from the period 1938, and we found places which has to be removed, or trees which has to be removed to go back to the old situation. So this is the same view, but you can see the places we had to clean from trees which are not suitable. I must say that we cooperated very closely with specialists, entomologists, and people from care of animals and protection of the landscape. And we found also ways how to increase biodiversity in this place. So it's about 60 hectares. Area of trees which had to be felled down was 12 hectares. Number of felled trees was 5,000. And the main goal was to release old trees, old oaks, centuries-old oaks back because they were damaged by unpromising trees and trees which were not suitable. So here. Okay, on this map you can see the composition of the landscape. There were two layers of the composition. The old one from the Renaissance, which is mostly made by old oaks, and then from 19th century it was a composition of different color trees, some vistas, views, and special points which were important in the space. So there is the problem in short. Red dots are old oaks, and all which is around had to be removed to save these old oaks. The project was so long because the trees are not, or it's not suitable to remove all trees at one moment. We had to be very careful and to go by steps, because light and conditions could damage old trees. So we had to be very careful. So now you will see some photos from the state before and after. So this is the work, and then is the result. The same view, the same place. This is also before. And this is the result. So the view of old Renaissance countryside is now back. So yes, that's all.
Video.
We have video, and if you have some questions or want to ask something.
Oh, for sure. Just a
So in the video you will see the process, maybe more information. One of problems were that spruce trees, which were damaged by insects. Yeah, they were not very old. They were from 70s, so we knew that it is not original part of the composition. So it was one thing which was important. There were some overgrown vistas and views which we wanted to bring back and renovate. I was speaking about centuries-old oaks which were part of Renaissance composition. This is state before the work started. It is a landscape near big river Labe, and yeah, this is the problem. You can see the oaks. There were big landscaping actions.
nesměli jsme poškodit kořen.
There was big problem. We had to be very careful on roots of the trees because when you do landscaping in the area where the roots are, you can damage them, and for the old trees it can be a problem. So this is view from the work process. You can see the tree, the wood from the trees. Now it's removed. And now we will see the result from one special morning. So we turned the time back, and you can see the state where the old pasture landscape is now back in our time. One of important thing is that in this place there is more water than in other parts of the landscape because of the trees. You can see it very, very clearly. This is the border, and other parts are not so flooded by fog.
Tak celý ten areál má 1200 hektarů.
Whole area of the landscape has got 1,200 hectares. We worked only on small part, 60 hectares.
Well, 60 hectares, not so small.
But in comparison with the whole. But this part was the oldest one, and the state of old trees was best.
So maybe we can start with the questions?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, why not? Yes.
Okay, so thank you
It's
for presentation. It's quite an archaeological work. It's fascinating. And my question is more about history. I was interested about history of this project, since it was like forgotten that there is this area that has still some roots of past inside. Was this a known fact, or it is a recent discovery that there is something to save?
The map I showed you was discovered not very far. It was known that the landscape is old because you can see the old trees there, but the details were discovered through the work on the project. We had not archaeologists but archive worker in our team, and we had some notes from different periods, but only one map. There were different maps from 19th century, but they were not so accurate.
Yeah. So when you start with working on this project, you haven't really an idea of.
No, we didn't know that it is so old that it goes back so long time.
And I have a following question to that about that UNESCO heritage site, which is quite a new heritage site in the Republic. The idea that this may become a UNESCO heritage site is it connected with those discoveries?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
so
definitely.
because of that, yeah.
Not only because of that, because I told you that it's much bigger area, and the history of horses is deeper than only our 60 hectares. But it was very important part of it. And the map I showed you was for people from UNESCO one of the proofs that it's very old. You may know Ampri Repton. It's English landscape designer.
He doesn't
yet. Okay.
I'm not a student of landscape architecture.
You could notice that there was but yes, flip-flop, yes.
It's a great moment.
But it's much before the Repton, so it's one of important or interesting moments.
Yeah, that's an interesting. That's interesting. I will ask you to show it again to me, but later. Well, so the basic goal, I think it's after maybe the restoration of Het Law, which was done, I think, in the 70s. This is kind of, at least to my knowledge, like the biggest or maybe the only restoration of an old landscape. But certainly in this part of Europe, it's the only one. I mean, we can't deal with the Lipica, unfortunately. Okay, so that's really an achievement in itself. What interests me from, let's say, landscape architectural point of view is that, you know, the 16th century was the focus. Okay, so, and the 19th, it was for the pasture, and there were reasons for the old oaks. And then the second layer that you decided to kind of preserve was the 19th century with the vistas.
Vistas and different color trees, yellow leaf tree.
The Fagus atropurpura and the other one that was the silver
spruce.
Pine. Yes, spruce. I'm sorry. But why do you think this is a good combination? Who decided to
good question
to preserve
both things,
both layers at the same time?
This is because this site is historically preserved, and in our country we are specialists on restoration of old parks and gardens, and we have a methodology to preserve as much as you have layers to show the next generations the whole picture. We could cut 19th century off, but it was part of the life of the history. So this is like our custom here in Czech Republic when we restore historical sites, to take care of different times or different layers.
Yeah, because landscapes are like palms, as they carry the memory of the past. But still here, I understand the problem. But to me, it's interesting that in a certain way, that's my comment, in a certain way, this colored trees kind of work contrary to the monumentality of this actually very functional Renaissance landscape of pastures under oaks. So that's why, but I understand the approach, yes, because there are also nice trees. This Fagus is a very big tree.
And another thing important to say is that they are in different, when you are in the site, They are different places, so you can go through centuries. Now you are Renaissance, now you are in 19th century, and for us it was also interesting.
Okay, that's a good answer. Okay, more. So yeah, because it's really, I mean, it's really one of the very few such a large reconstruction, you know, how to really call it, of a park, of a landscape past, a design. Well, this one also is in between. It was a designed landscape, but it was also a functional landscape. So it was a specific kind of a rural landscape, but designed to serve the purpose of breeding horses. Yeah.
Řekni, že je to komponová krajina, že je to kompletně komponované.
Yeah.
Compound.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
It's designed for a specific, very specific purpose, which is in a way agricultural purpose, but they were not ordinary horses.
There were two ways of viewing on the landscape. The old one was you can imagine horses in between and pasturing, but you can see the road, and the road was meant to go through on the horse or in the carriage
to
and
enjoy the landscape.
To enjoy the landscape, and this is more interesting, or for this purpose was made the layer of 19th century.
Ah, I see. So could you show us again this Reptonian flip-flop?
Můžeme se vrátit k
té mapě.
K mapě.
Yeah, and meanwhile I will ask another question. So what will happen now? So what will happen next?
Jo.
So how did you have a plan of what will happen to these century-old oaks, which will also die in a century or two? Do you have?
You may notice that we made some new planting in the area. So when we found place which was in 1938 fulfilled with trees, and now are not, we created new planting. This is one thing. Another thing is in another project we created management plan for whole area, for whole 1,000 blah 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 acres, and there is specified what to do to preserve this landscape. They have to mow the lawns, cut all not good trees, you know what I mean. Yeah. It's so wonderful that there's someone who understands what I am talking about, because if instead of you would said some architect, they didn't know what.
Well, let's keep this.
Okay.
Yeah, that's for sure. But get me back to the first one. You have made the plant. You have planted the trees. That was a replacement planting. You sort of on the same spot, as much as you could. Okay, that's good. The second one, what interests me, if you can tell me, you have now liberated this, I don't know, 5 or 4, 6 fantastic oaks. Probably you have some forester to determine the age. So how old are they?
Mohou být z renesance. To znamená, že
some of them are Renaissance.
So that's mean 400 years old.
Yes.
Okay. So how long? There is an estimation of how long these trees will.
100 years.
At least. Okay. Because there would be an interesting. I mean, have you thought about? Yeah, just tell me how. When after 100 years we will not be here, no, but what the management should do with the dying tree, and how the replacement planting for this tree is maybe now envisioned or prescribed, if it is.
Yes, it is, but we have similar experience from Lednice Park. We both are from Lednice or Valtice, you may heard about this, And there is similar place with old oaks, and we keep them as long as they stay. They are dead, but they are still staying here because of the insects, because of the atmosphere, because of the history. And the same plan is here, to left the tree as long as it's possible, and maybe several meters next to the old one, when it will be dead and only parts of wood, to plant new. So
where do you get the new one from? Where do you get the new one from?
There are forests around, which are there are native trees. They will be not from German nurseries or something like this. They will be from this place.
Thank you. It could also be done that you would grow the seedlings from the same tree, so you actually preserve the genome. Yeah. Okay. So that's a possibility.
It's possible.
I was just interested, and actually it's nice to know that you have planned.
Jsou teda ze školek, ale jsou jako z České republiky, nejsou přímo z toho místa, ale jo.
Okay, and now let's just go back to this picture. So that's this forest was flipped over, yeah?
Yeah.
That's upper part.
Yeah.
And it was this kind of pasture landscape with probably the oak trees. Yeah. And that's from the
1780.
1780. Yeah. And could you just tell me more, what are these white boomerangs on?
This is water.
This
is water because here you can see the river.
Also, these are the old
branches
or the old currents of the water. Yeah, fine. I have no other questions regarding
so
the.
don't have time, so.
Yeah. So thank you very much for this, and well, congratulations.
Thank you very much for being here.
Okay. Goodbye.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Vojta Riesner. I'm here to present the project of the trail around the pond Olšina from Studio AKKA. And at the beginning, I would like to say that I will present maybe more the process of the designing than the project itself, because it was really interesting and way different from the other projects, from the building, etc. So almost half of my presentation is about the process. This project was created thanks to the Vojenské lesy a statky, which is state farm organization. It's a forestry organization. It's the investor, and Taxus, which is our contractor, and Studio AKKA, which is architect. Olšina, the pond, was for many years was a part of the military area, military training area, and it was separated. It's a few years ago. It was separated from this area, so it was open to the public, and which gives us opportunity to design the trail. The pond is one of the biggest and one of the oldest one in Czechia, and one of the highest located. So that is maybe the nature is so wild. It's rapidly changing in time, and it's connected with the small village Olšina between Ketušin and Hodňov, and so there's a dam, and on the north we have a stream which feeds the pond with the water, and this is existing road, so this part is accessible, but this part was unexplored. It was impossible to go there. So, and the Vojenské lesy a statky, this organization, came with the idea to build the trail, educational trail, because it was really interesting nature. And it has in Olšina there's a recreation facility which has now they have a info center and some conference halls and small cottages. You can spend the weekend there, and it's a really good combination with the educational trail. This slide represents how difficult it was to enter to this area, because it has many types of protection, many types of protection of the nature of the plants, of the animals, and with the combination with the military area, that there were some corridors, some technical stuff. So we have to find all the plants and study all the maps, and it was quite difficult. This is the bottom of the pond. I'm showing you because the pond, the level of the water of the pond, it's changing in the time during the year, so it was quite hard to find the border where the water ends. So we have to find some average border. There's a dam and there's the stream which feeds the pond. So we have to find some border because of it's changing, and this area is flooded by water time to time, and every 2 years they let us the water out to pull the fishes because of it's a pond. And so that was also the difficult thing to find some stable information in this area, which was important for us to build there something. So with all these maps, with all this information from the specialists, from all these inputs, we took rubber shoes and we went there for a walk to discover, to see the place, to design where to place the path, where to track it. But we quickly discovered that it's a swamp, and it's a difficult place to design something because because the nature is changing during the year. The grass is low, then it's too high, and the problem was the water, because of it was really rapidly changing the level. So we were there for many times, and it was different every time. But we've discovered beautiful places, unknown, and then we also discovered that all the specialists who gave us all these inputs, all these maps, they've never been there. So we were always discovering something new. So beautiful meadows, all the woods. This, for example, the northern part, where the stream is going to the pond, and where at the end we were designed the bridge there, because it was the only place we could cross the water. So it was really amazing to discover this land. I think it was the most important and most interesting part of this project, to be like a prospector and find a way. We spent a lot of time in the nature. I've never spent such a long time to discuss about the nature. We were looking for the right location for the path, for the trail, discussing about if it can go through the trees or around the trees. So it was really interesting. We spent there a lot of time. And then after this research, we took it back with wooden sticks, and we tracked the trail. So and the specialist with the measuring tools, measuring equipment, was behind us, tracking us. So we were there again with the high reed, installing these piles with the numbers. So we placed there more than 100 these piles to track the path. So this part of the project, which is normally in the houses, it's normally quite short. This was like a half a year of preparing, visiting the place again and again, and exploring and finding the way. So it was really, from my point of view, it was really interesting and important part of the project. So we had more or less we had the position of the trail, and we found some places where we placed the piers, because we had to touch the water, which was quite difficult. For example, in this area for its floating ground. And as I said, this is the position of the bridge on the north. This beautiful part on the north, which is protected bird area. So we placed there viewpoints for to observe birds in the nests, and some other attractions. And as it's changing, the path is changing environment. So we have meadows, like wet meadows, then the wet woods, then the bridge, then this part of north with the bird areas, and so the path is changing, and we was able to design some specific attractions, some specific sites. So in this part of the project, we were cooperating with the specialists, because the project has like more layers. It's the position of the trail, then the educational part of the project, and then the info system. And in this part, when we check it, we were cooperating with the specialists for the flora and fauna in this area. And we were looking for the position of the info panels and what attraction we can design to present some special circumstances in this area. So we did this map with and we placed the attractions, we placed the bridges and all the technical stuff, and the navigation system also. This is how how it's constructed. These green parts are paths in the forests or on the dry land, and these yellow ones is the wooden construction in the wet areas, with the piers and with the northern part and with the bridge also. The construction of the trail is not so difficult. It's generally it's a base. It's a base made from beams. It's one option, or if it's across the water, or if it's really wet, you can use a hammered piles, which with wooden pavement. Yeah. Okay. So some examples of the construction is almost the same. The construction of the bridges. This is the bridge, the long one. It has 70 meters. We also designed the graphic and the navigation system because we wanted to how it's changing the environment and how it's. We wanted to design something simple, something easy to how to transfer the information from the specialist to mostly for the kids. So we've designed some details. For example, the footprints. You can take a paper and copy it, and then to compare it, or then guess what animal is it. And yeah, these are photos from realization. It was mostly did it without mechanization, by hand. For example, these are hand hammered piles for the 70-meter long bridge in the snow day and night. Yeah, and that's it. It's highly visited, which generates some problems because there are more people than we expect. So it's like living organism, but we're still trying to repair it or modify it. And if you want to visit it, it was built for 10 to 15 years. Then it's because of the construction, the wooden construction. So 10 to 15 years. So hurry up if you want to visit it. Okay, thank you, and that's it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah. I have some questions. I will just start, if you allow me. Yeah. I need some more info before actually I can pose a question. So how old is this pond? How old is the pond, and what was used for?
Yeah, it was always a pond with fishes.
It wasn't always a pond with fish, because it has a dam. So it was a river. Somebody. Okay, it doesn't matter. But I thought maybe you know how old is the pond.
Yeah, it was built in the 14th, 15th century.
Okay, because it's a man-made landscape.
Yes,
okay.
Yes. 14th, 15th century.
14, 15. Okay, that's quite again a Renaissance landscape in a way. And it was used for fish farming.
Yes, fish farming.
It's not for electricity or not for getting water fish for agriculture. So fish farming. That's why this it evolved gradually in a natural reserve almost, especially when the army was there and nobody actually could approach the pond. Okay, now I understand more. Thank you. So fish farming. Okay. And yes, I think it's a very interesting approach, and I can very well relate to your fascination with this kind of mysterious watery landscape. So, explain me, please. Well, I have basically two questions relating to design decisions. Yes. So, why have you got the idea, really, where this idea came from, that you need to design additional attractions like the nest and these wooden railings over the bridge, or what was more? There are some things that you brought in this landscape that you yourself called designed attractions, yes, as opposed to the landscape that is attractive as such. And they're still growing fish? They're still breeding fish?
Yes,
there?
yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes. So every attraction has some relation with the animals or with the plants. So we have the piers that brings you close to water. So it's not.
Pier is not an attraction.
Yeah. The attractions at itself, it's the nest and the small house for the bird, or the small house with the. So it has always relation with the. So the small house for the birds, it's located in north, which is connected with the bird areas, with the nests. So it has a connection. It's designed for you to stop there, to stay there for a while, to think about the animals, the birds. Yeah.
As opposed to the the footsteps that are on the floor, that I think is an interesting addition, very subtle but interesting, educational, attractive.
Yeah, we are looking for some soft way how to transfer the information mostly for the kids, because we know many types of the information panel where you have a lot of information, a lot of text. It's heavy to transfer the information. It's boring. So we wanted to create something easy to transfer, easy to learn. So.
Yeah, and now there will be a very difficult question. Yeah, a very difficult, but just try. Has it occurred to you maybe during your this half a year experience with this landscape, going there and back, discovering it, did it occur to you maybe that it would be better not to do?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
So comment on this.
Yes, it was. Yeah, and from the beginning we were discussing this, that it's beautiful because there was nobody, and the nature could explode in this way. So it was amazing. We found a lot of biting insects or mushrooms like this. So it was continuous discussion about this. So I understand that, and I think the trail brings the people there, and it brings some problems. So we are forced to resolving them today, but I think it's still better to do it than not. So, but I understand that, and we were discussing it all the time.
Yeah, I don't know if it's better or not. It's hard to tell really, but it's also not a design decision. Yeah, because then you could withdraw from the work, which would be even more difficult. I wasn't asking this actually, but I wanted to ask another question in addition. So, by knowing this, that you are not entirely but almost intruding into a pristine landscape. Well, it's not pristine because it was man-made. Not man-made, but is the result of a very of human action. Okay, so you were actually getting into the pristine landscape. Did it occur to you that maybe these design attractions are not necessary?
Maybe it's not necessary. But it's something. The trail is 7 kilometers long. We want to play something which.
The return,
which
makes
makes you stop, which makes you. But, for example, on the north, we're trying to make you go fast through this area because of all the birds. So there are no spots to stay.
Okay.
Long time. So
that's a good decision.
You can do it on sites in the woods, but not there. So it makes you go straight through.
So that you don't create that. Okay. Thanks for now. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for your presentation. I have a complicated question.
Okay.
Maybe it's not really a question. Maybe it's just I don't know. I will see. I was wondering about the lifespan. As you've mentioned, you're considering to be a project for like 15 years.
Yeah.
And then what? Because it's an area that was like closed, and right now I guess it's great for a local economy to have such a project that, as you mentioned, is highly visited with tourists. And right now I can't really imagine that in 15 years the owner will say like, now it's closed, now we'll demolish it, and I guess people will not be happy about it.
I think.
So if you have any like vision, or investor, if you know if he has any vision about the future of this project or this place after 15 years, after these constructions will will be safe anymore.
I think they will build it again. The wooden parts, there's not such a big part. It's more less than half. So I think they will build it again, because it's a massively visited place.
And the investor is the state.
Yeah, as the state.
The ordinary, the state.
The state, yeah, it's a state-form organization.
Yeah, so when you have been talking about the lifespan, you have just been talking about the lifespan of the structures that needed to be replaced, not the lifespan of the project. Or
and now I don't understand what's the difference between the life of the project. The construction has it's for 10 to 15 years because of the wooden parts.
Yeah. But the project doesn't have a lifespan.
No, it's not about the project.
So the idea right now is that after 15 years of its lifespan, it will be rebuilt probably in the same way, maybe with some changes.
I hope so. Yeah, I was talking about the structure, not about the project. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, well, that's what I wanted to ask. Thank you.
It's interesting. I mean, it's you've done this analysis, and obviously you enjoyed it.
Yes, it was beautiful.
Yes, it's good. Okay. Yes. No. Thank you. I think we will finish with this. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Many projects like this.
Thank you.
Okay.
We will try.